Sup? Yo, what's good? Think I got it? Got it. Yo, what's good? It's Thursday, my dudes. Oh, why did that turn off? We didn't need that. We didn't want that to turn off. We needed that. No. Bring it back. Come back to the world of the living. Why did it turn off, man? Yoj. Sup, guys? How's everyone's Thursday? I mean, we're not far into Thursday, but how's everyone's Thursday going? Hopefully everyone enjoyed Community Wednesday yesterday. It's pretty fun. It's pretty fun. There's a whole new game. A whole new popular game out there. Gamble with your friends. This might overtake all Community Wednesdays for a long time. It just might. Could be a great game. See what we got here. What's up, Molly? What's up, Snowblade? What's up, Not My Own? What's up, Ty? What's up, Chewy? What's up, Joe? What's up, Ireland? What's up, Ghost Man? I gotta fix this. I gotta log back in. What's going on here? Why did this turn off? I need this. It's kind of OP. I have the laptop underneath my monitor as like a... You know how people have their like replays so they can see what the stream is doing? But usually they have it on their PC. But my computer is like melting half the time. So I just got this, I got the laptop doing it. But it also has like all the, it hosts all the stuff. All the stuff and things. How many points does this guy have? Damn. Crazy. I haven't even said anything. What did I say? Did I say hi, Ireland? He's breaking the stream etiquette, get his shits. Whoa, whoa. Did I say hi, Ireland? I didn't. I was trying to say hi to Joe. Unless I said that twice, then. Damn, you're right. I kind of broke it because he's not Ireland. Something must have confused me. Maybe it was Not My Own's green name. It merged. Something went wrong. I think you said hi, Joe, then after said hi, Irish. Now I don't know. Mods, put a single Lego brick in his shoe. Whoa, don't do that. Those hurt. Dude, oh my god, we went to the Lego store at the mall. Like, what was it, 3 weeks ago now or 2? Dude, the Lego prices are crazy, man. You know, I got like, I think it was the Millennium Falcon. It's not the same one, you know, the Millennium Falcon, but it was from the Lego store still. And bro, I'm pretty sure we got that for me. I was like pretty young, but it had to have costed like $25. I looked at all these prices now. It's like $100. Even straight from the tap in Denmark land. He'll keep saying that. Talking about Lego has barely been touched by inflation. Are you sure? Dude. That just sounds crazy to me. And the reason I say that is because I look at these small sets that, like, back in the early 2000s would have costed maybe, like, maybe like $50. They're like 100 now for this, or okay, maybe not 100, maybe like 80. The Lego inflation to prove Joe wrong. Don't do it. It's cooked. Would have been that would have been 100 now. Would have been maybe 80. 80. Wait, what? Sets that would have been 100 now would have been like maybe like 80. I just don't think so. I really don't think so. Dude, no. Dude, these like minifigure vending machines and stuff. What do you mean? This is $180. $200 for the Krusty Burger from The Simpsons. I just meant that they were expensive in general. Yeah. Yeah. They are just expensive in general. Now, maybe Joe's right. I really don't look at the prices that much. I just feel like there are sets that I got back in the day that were certainly cheaper for maybe even more. I remember this giant helicopter that we got. It's like $75. I bet you today a build with those same parts, the same number of parts, would probably cost something like $200. But I don't actively look at the Lego prices, so maybe Joe is right, and maybe we're all just getting placeboed or something, or just me. The thing is, it's hard to compare because a lot of these Lego sets didn't exist back then. They just didn't exist. Or alternatively, they no longer exist. I'm kind of curious, and now I'm looking at all the Lego prices and fluctuations. The TIE Fighter from 2001 costed... Oh, this is a big difference in, like, pieces, so hold on. Yeah, hold on. That one doesn't count. In either case, because if it was expensive, then, I mean, the OG set had 163 pieces for $20, and the newest one was 501 pieces for $70, which that might add up and make sense. Did you know that on this day in 1824, Ludwig von Beethoven premieres his Ninth Symphony in Vienna? While enduring severe hearing loss, he receives multiple standing ovations for the masterpiece and causes a stir for using voices during Ode to Joy in the final movement. Damn. I think I watched something on that. It was like a whole film. It was a film, but it was animated? Police motorcycle chase from Lego City set is $9.99. The same set with one minifigure. A simple vehicle and set piece would have been $9.99 in the year 2000. Police station from Lego City for 65. I have a very similar set growing up. Would have been about 50 back in the 2000s. I guess. I mean, I don't know. I would have to look into it. I feel like there was some sets that back then were like 35 bucks that wouldn't be today by a landslide. Oh, people are saying the prices increased. Okay, but you know, also on top of that, all these comparisons are a little nonsensical because everyone's like, yeah, well, this back then costed this, but now it costs this. And then you look at how many like pieces the first set has versus the newest set, and it's just not a fair comparison because it has like 400 more pieces in the new set. So that's a bad. That's not. This is what 50 bucks would have gotten you 15 years ago. To be fair, I guess I was so young that I don't really know. Was a Reaper? Dude, with a 110 streak. 110 Dalmatians would be a way different movie. Why are there 101 anyway? Well, because 100's boring. 101? Now we're talking. Retailed for $84.99 with 588 pieces and 12 minifigs. Price per piece, 0.14 roughly. Goes for almost 3K now. But see, here's the thing again. This is such, like, I mean, it's not misinformation, but people take this differently. Because, yeah, obviously, a set from, like, 1990 or whatever, yeah, obviously, it's gonna go for way more now because it's an old set. And they don't make them anymore. It's kind of funny. When you think about it, it is kind of funny because, aside from the box, you can just make it yourself anyway. By just buying, like, the pieces themselves, probably. You know, the only reason I said that they got more expensive is because what I think it was one of my friends did a research paper and like had to present the statistics, and he did it on Lego stuff. He made it sound like Legos got more expensive by a landslide. Now this was in high school, so I suppose at the end of the day, Lego was just always expensive. At least the official brand. The expensive ones have better flavor. Oh god. Not like this. Not my ode to joy. Yeah, they are expensive in general. To be fair, you know, my young brain probably wouldn't have registered if someone told me that something was $200. I'm just saying that I remember having a gigantic helicopter, and there's no way we could have afforded to buy it for like $200 at that time. There's just no way. So either something's wrong, or John Mandela has a lot of explaining to do. Dude, I was on Twitch this morning. I was scrolling through like live streams because I was just bored out of my mind looking at stuff to do. And I finally just clicked on the DJ category because I was curious what was going on. And this cool like techno stream. Oh, dude, it was so good. Reminds me of like midway through COVID where people were hosting like DJ sessions and you know, like virtual essentially shows and stuff like that. It was a good time. It's a good time. Oh yeah, true, stickers. Every piece they want to manufacture has to go through a massive process to figure out the worth of that unique piece, or that piece can be reused in other sets. What a shame. I had like a massive box of Legos. I don't know if I would use them today, but I wonder if I could have made like almost like a prototype variant of a set that exists. You know? Like, I'm sure if I took all the pieces I had, I'd be able to make a kind of like a scuffed Millennium Falcon. You know, the really expensive one of today. I feel like I can probably do that. Or could have. So Johan Mon. Play that part again. This is an unreleased track. For sure, yeah. Shiny gold coin. Huge gap. Also, even for stickers, I know there's a site where you can download and download a load of stickers and cutouts for things like capes that are from older sets. I think my friend did that. My friend's like super into Legos today. And he gets like these crazy sets every so often. And sometimes he does that. He gets like the Lego like the sticker prints and the capes. Wonder how he's doing now. I haven't seen him in a minute. He's like, ever since COVID, he kind of just isolated. Some people got so comfortable in like their rooms and homes that now it's like almost scary to leave. I mean, he works, so I think it's just because he has such a socially demanding job that the moment he's back home, he's locked in his room and he will not do anything else. I've been trying to get this guy to hang out for like 2 years, 3 years now. The duality of all the homies. All right, cool. We're playing voices today. I wasn't sure if we were going to do something specific. I mean, at first I thought we would. I thought that voices would literally only be on Monday. But we are doing voices today. We're getting back to the voices. Yesterday we played some Lethal Company. Tuesday we did some Phasmo to check out the update, and it was scuffed. And I almost played Backpack Battles on stream today because I was in the middle of a run when I was waiting for. I had like 20 minutes left. I'm like, I could just go live 20 minutes early and just confuse everybody. Nah, I'm not gonna break the consistency at this point. So I was in the middle of a run and I have to almost go live. I had like 2 minutes left. I'm like, man, what do I do? Anyways, I speedran the run, essentially. Wasn't too bad. I did end up losing because I did the speed runs and I didn't lock in. Early Echo stream? Yeah, that's not really a thing that happens, and it probably never really will. Unless it's on like a weekend. There's a comfort in 1 p.m. Like, it's the perfect in-between time. If I go live any earlier, some people won't be able to make it for an hour. If I go live any later, then I'll end earlier. It's like, man, the people who show up near the tail end for a little bit, they're gonna miss it. So it's 1 p.m. Set in stone, it's been this way for 7 years, or 8. We're leaving it. We're not changing it. At least unless I literally have to, then. Rendering icons. All right, so we do be done with the story. What in God's name was that? We are done with the story, but we are not done with some of our objectives. So we're gonna focus on those. Loud noises. Yep. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. My frames. Is it VTube Studio? Do I have to do a full reboot? We might need to do a full... Why does this always happen? With the more recent patches, just everything breaks. Let's see. I have to look at the GPU usage. If VTube Studio is frying it, then yeah. Let's get rid of full screen. VTube Studio started to cringe me out. In all honesty. Oh yeah. Oh, it's cooked. Literally everything's freezing up. Huh. Okay, if I reboot Voices of the Void, will that fix the problem? Actually, if I reboot VTube Studio, is it gonna bug out the entire computer again? How does it get to a point where it lags the entire PC? How? There's got to be an explanation. Okay. Everything seems to be functioning. Now, if I boot up Voices of the Void, I'll just do it through here instead of through Steam. The thing is, my PC, I restarted it like an hour before stream or something. I don't really hop on the PC right off the rip these days. Unless I have assignments to do, I guess. Okay. I think everything's working fine. We'll see when it captures the window. It's rendering. Rendering! VTubing is a scuff thing. You never know what will happen next stream. Yeah, exactly. It's pissing me. We'll see. I really don't feel like restarting the computer, to be honest. Okay. I'm staring at all of the GPU usage, CPU. Will it skyrocket? It is at a nice and calm. Is it good? We'll see in a moment. I have to like full screen this. Not full screen it, but windowed. Oh, we're good. It has something to do with full screen, and it's like fighting VTube Studio. Alright, well, we're back to it, ladies and gents. Back to it again. We have one major goal left over. We need to find the TARDIS. Will we find it? You know, it's looking bleak, to be honest. It's looking bleak. $1980s King Castle set, 664 pieces, originally sold for $19.95 or $52.75, adjusted for inflation. That's $166 today. Medieval horse, Night Castle, 120-ish, 140 or 103. It costs less than inflation for more pieces. I guess so. I'm certainly not John economy. But I do look at some things and I'm like, there's no way this used to cost this much. Also, I hate looking at numbers. They're very overwhelming. Wait, $19.95 or $52.75? Oh, that's not euros. I was like, there's no way that's the euros price. I wish I had some of my old Lego sets. Me too, but I don't know if I would build them. It's kind of like a nostalgia thing. It might also just simply be that prices haven't changed, but the value of our money has, so it feels like it's gotten more expensive. Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe it's just because they're adding more. Maybe the thing is, there's more expensive sets in the sense of like, maybe the prices really didn't change that much for Legos, but more of the sets have become big sets. You know, with like over 500 pieces compared to some might have like 200, 300. And I think maybe that is what makes it feel like they got more expensive, because I don't really see a lot of sets that are under like $100 these days. And if I do, they're like pretty small boxes and kind of hidden away. So it's kind of like it feels like things are more expensive, but actually what it is... Oh god, how many of these do we have? Oh my god. But what's actually happening is essentially, yeah, they're not advertising or like showing the bigger sets as often, so it feels like everything's more expensive. Because if you go to the Star Wars section, like, yeah, they'll have the, what is it, the scooter? From, like, Endor? You know, the Endor scooters? They'll have those. And those will probably be, like, the cheapest thing there for, like, maybe 50-something bucks. And everything surrounding the Endor scooter is, like, big boxes, and the prices are anywhere between like 150 to like 300 bucks. We were looking at that all like, jeez, man. This is crazy. So on one hand, maybe the prices didn't go up. They're just really bad at showing the things that are cheaper. Which is... Lazo said I got was the T-Rex and Triceratops skull heads from Jurassic World set. But I really want to get the big T-Rex and the new big Triceratops skeleton sets. What was the last Lego set I had? It was definitely something Star Wars. Actually, it could have been Harry Potter. I made a full-fledged playlist, and it still plays more deadmau5 than any other artist on this list. It's kind of funny, actually. I only did it for stream, because you guys would go insane if I only listened to deadmau5 exclusively. Off stream, I'm looping that dude. How are our TRs looking? Good. How do our CRs? We can get 2 fuses to replace that, it's not a big deal. Complex system, inflation has skewed our perception on one hand, then you have the number of more expensive sets LEGO makes, a lot more larger sets with complex structures. And there's the cost of living worth of a dollar to you now versus then. Only LEGO minifigure I have is a Santa one. Oh, dude, I had this really cool... I really wish I didn't lose it. But I basically had this, like, custom character. Like, LEGO Star Wars had just released, I think. So they were advertising in, like, at the LEGO stores. Your own, like, custom character creation. If you brought, like, a picture of your dude from LEGO Star Wars, they would help you, like, create them. And I had him somewhere. Oh, man. And, you know, honestly, if you looked at that character, you'd be like, yeah, this is pretty classic Ico. But I don't know what happened to it. It was either during moving or, like, during something, I lost it. So unfortunate, so sad. No, you know, honestly, you just go on Amazon and there's one that I really wanted, and I can't finish my train of thought today, and I don't know what's wrong. I have no idea, but if you look up Lego Ramen Shop on Amazon, there's one called Japanese Street View Ramen Shop Building Blocks. They're not official Lego brand. Dude, they're so cheap, and I'm like tempted all the time to get them. They look so cool, man. And it's like, I mean, it's substantially cheaper than your average Lego set. set. Well, we haven't collected these in a hot minute, so we're finally gonna do it. Oh, what? I'm gonna get 1 tomato up finally. Can I get like 3 from 1 or not? What is happening? Dude, that's a wood chipper. Are you sure you want to do that? The mannequin yearns for the wood chipper. He's the last of his kind. I'm not gonna kill him. I was looking at a bunch of, like, space-related stuff yesterday. Just a boring day. Like, there was nothing going on at all. I started reading up on this, like, what do you call it? It's like a conspiracy planet. You know, they always say there's like a potential planet, you know, 9 and a planet 10. And that planet 9 is something we might find, like, within the next year or two. But then, you know, planet 10 is the one that's always discussed as something called, like, Nibiru or something of the sort. Which is essentially a cataclysmic planet that is supposedly going to smack into Earth one day. This is when, like, you know, 5-year-old Aiko would hear this and he would start sobbing uncontrollably. Like, what do you mean it's gonna get destroyed? What just happened to my rake? Did I just bury it by accident? I was reading into it though, because I was just curious about... No, I feel like there's never mention about Sedna anymore. You know what? That makes so much sense. I hate that that just happened. That's so classic. Where's that noise to my left? There's so much noise right now. Villain from the Lego underwater stuff. Yeah, I don't have much of any of that. You know, I used to have a bunch of Funko Pops, but I kind of really hate them. That being said, I have one of Deadmau5, I have one of Harley Quinn, I have a mini Harley Quinn, and then I have the new Harley Quinn. I have a lot of Harley Quinn ones. Which, you know, no one should be surprised about that. The sun will blow up in 10 billion years. Well, apparently, there's another theory that there's a sun out there, or a star, that will one day just collide with the sun. Which will also be catastrophic. You know how they always say that, like, there's supposedly supposed to be a planet between, was it Mars and Jupiter? But, you know, instead there's the asteroid belt. Make it 5. Non-Lego says do look amazing, but you need to make sure you get the okay ones because the bricks like to not really fit or they break easy. Really? Me when in 20 quadrillion years our galaxy will collide with Andromeda. It's just like hyperventilating like I'm gonna die. Oh man. That's crazy. Whoa. Planet. What planet do you reckon this is? I mean, it doesn't say exoplanet, so... Is it Mercury? Sometimes... I feel like this game would... Like, a variation of this game, where all you really do is the signal stuff. But it's actually, like, super beneficial in a non-points, like, earning way to kind of do all this research. Like, I don't know. You get, like, lore entry or whatever. There's a second moon, but it's the Death Star. Death Star. We got Death Star. Death Star. We got Death Star. Death Star. Was that Nord Princess? Also, what's up, Juice is Sour? I'm like fried today, I don't know why. I can't finish my trains of thoughts. The many thoughts of the train. I'm like, I don't know. It's one of those days where you don't want to wake up. Unfinished item? Yeah, I guess so. I haven't heard that song in a long time. Yeah, that's an old one right there. That's an oldie. We got Death Star. Oh, why'd you cut off my hand? I'm your father. I am your father. I'm your father. I am your father. You know, classic Newgrounds boomer track. Is there anything in this? Empty. Excellent. Okay. You know what we haven't ever used in this game? Besides, like, maybe the first playthrough? I feel like I've never used this. Whoa, what is that? Whoa. Star. It's my boy Larry. What's Larry doing all the way there? That's pretty far away, no? This is cool. I wonder if there's anything you can actually, like, find here. Beyond, you know, the usual. I thought that laugh was in the game at first. I'm like, oh, found something. Hungry. Oh, he's gonna go get a bite. How cool is that? Sweet. What a mess up here. Alright, I need a sponge. I think that's good. Okay. I assume this is Mercury. Let's just take a little gander here. Sounds about right. Oops. Should work. It's like in the triangle. Nice. We have all these Kerfuses, and they have no real purpose aside from just looking. They're looks maxing. They're a bunch of looks maxers over here. Alright, let's get those 2 fuses. What was that? Is that a black hole? That might be the second one we discovered. Looks like an angel ring. What is that? What the hell? It is a black hole? Okay. Cool. Fascinating. This is done. Let's grab this. Get this processing. Okay. Let's go to... I forgot there's like a bunch of electronic scrap out here because we killed the robo swine. So are they gone? I think they're gone. I guess this is essentially how the story ends for now, right? Like there's no... What is that? How did this get here? I always get lost trying to find one. What did you say about 10th planet? And did you know there's theories, argument about multiple other planets in our solar system, and especially moons around Earth, that there's a sort of argument over how many moons actually orbit Earth? Though, if I recall correctly, they're essentially micromoons or something. Yeah, I know about that. Oh, we literally... I'm not in it today, guys. Just a fair warning. Something's off today. What's up, H. Brown? Yeah, I knew about the moons, and, the 10th planet... Well, because the theory about Planet 9 is that it's in the, what is it, the big, the outer trans-Neptunian, place. And it's hard to find because, you know, the sunlight does not make it that far at this point. Alright? So it's really hard to find, but we have Reuben. And Reuben is essentially, in the next year or two, maybe going to find Planet 9. If it exists. And while I was reading about Planet 9, someone mentioned Planet 10. And Planet 10, from what I remember a long time ago, was theorized to be called, or not really called, but like Planet 10 is supposed to be this like catastrophic planet that shows up every like 11,000 years and essentially does like a reset on civilization. And it has like a billion different names. But I was reading about it more last night out of just curiosity, and I think the consensus of like what they agree on is that it's called like Nibiru. It's like the common name for it. And it goes way back to like some sort of, I forget what it was, but some sort of tribe mentioned that the moon disappeared one day. Right? Or for like several years. I think it was like 1,000 years that the moon disappeared or something. And apparently that was Nibiru. Now that's just actual conspiracy. How does the moon disappear, right? But you know, kind of follows the same logic of like Theia being a planet that existed. And Theia is supposed to be the planet that existed between Mars and Jupiter. But it was obliterated somehow, and essentially we got the asteroid belt. Massive conspiracy theory sounding theory, though. It is, extremely. I don't think it's real. I thought it was just a sea planet with a massive ellipse orbit, so it was stealthy. Something like that, yeah. Something off with me as well. I had a weird headache that started in the eye, took a nap, moved to the whole head. Threw up the smallest amount I ever did. Oof. I hate that, man. That sounds like classic Eichel migraines right there. The hell? But it was just interesting to read about all these things like Nibiru. I honestly don't even know if I believe there's a 9th planet. But, you know, it makes sense if it's in that region that's like so hard to see and there's so much around it anyway, right? That it could just be hidden somewhere. The moon disappeared one day? Of course it did. It was Gru. Yeah, Planet 9 and Planet 10, or Nibiru, those are theories that have existed for a long time. I thought it was Shadow. I thought it was Piccolo. I don't know, we're all getting different sources. This is crazy. But anyways, the only reason that people talk about it so much is because I think Sedna has like scratches all over it, as if something was like, you know, smacking into it or whatever. And that's why people are always like, there has to be something big enough to do that. I'm like, I don't know. I'm no science dude guy, and I like space, but not to the point of all that. It's just too much. Black hole. That's so cool. Anyways, speaking of black holes, it's possible that Planet 9 is just a black hole. And the what they're talking about, or what they have been talking about for a long time, essentially, is that there has to be something there, like past Neptune, because something is pulling things in a way as if it had an orbit. And the orbit is so strong that it has to be larger than Earth, but it has to be smaller than Neptune. So it's either a mini Neptune or a super Earth. I was like, that's so cool. Terrifying if it's a black hole, but really cool. So I don't know. We'll see. Maybe Ruben will find this Planet 9. Or maybe it'll never have been real and it's just a gigantic black hole. You know, and something's pulling the solar system as well. What's going on, you know? And before we found a giant abandoned alien facility. What's that area called again? Like past Neptune? It starts with a K. It's not like Kepler, it's like... They call them like ETNOs or whatever, right? Because they're like trans-Neptunian. But there's a specific name for that section of the solar system, like the outer area. I keep forgetting what it's called, because it's, yeah. It's too many words. Ew, this place is Pluto still. Kind of weird. Oh, was it Kuiper Belt? That's what it was. Kuiper? Cooper? How do you pronounce that one? John Belt. Alright. But yeah, anyway, that planet's supposedly somewhere in there. I wonder if they do find a 9th planet that, you know, can be categorized as one. If they do, are they gonna have to, like, redefine what a planet is for the 80th time? Just, like, screw Pluto over even more? Huh? Wait, what did I just level up then? Oh, planet. think this is Mercury. What planet is this? I guess we'll never know. Oh, this one. This one just keeps, like, reappearing. This is, like, the 8th time we've gotten to this playthrough. Wait, what? Ads. What's up, gay hey? Wait, how much fuel? Okay. I think the radio tower should be good for now. Is there a way to check? Oh, TW check. Okay, cool. Reset compass, set, position, clear. Everything should be fully upgraded now, so. Very successful playthrough in the sense of getting everything maxed out. Aside from, I guess, here, because we don't have all of the upgrades, but... What's even in there anyway? Why isn't it closing? There we go. I was gonna say. This machine's alive, dude. It's like the TARDIS. Oh, the family photo. Oops. I wonder what is in there. I couldn't really tell. Some things just like, I thought maybe it would be an ARI roll, but I'm like, that doesn't really make sense because they hadn't arrived yet by the start of this game, so. I'm sure people have already like figured it out, you know, no clipping through or whatever. Yeah, I have. I saw Grimmy play it a little bit, and I saw Poke play. Well, I don't know if Poke saw the voices of voice stuff, but I know Grimmy did. Pretty cool. Probably something I should play. Abiotic Factor. Who would no clip through it to spoil it for themselves? Me with Elden Ring, dude. No clipping through all like the stuff that we haven't been able to access. I'm kind of 50-50 on stuff like data mining and just no clipping and whatnot, because I like the surprise of new content. So it's kind of annoying when, you know, people figure out everything about it. There's a big problem with Destiny 2, where people would find out the entire raid, all the mechanics, how to solve them, before the raid's even out. Like, it's just so annoying. But it depends on the game, because, you know, Destiny has the raid races, the day ones, and it's fun to, like, figure out all the stuff there. Or was fun. Some games are kind of like, eh. Like Voice of the Void is very clearly a wiki game at some point or another. Unless you're insane. But what was I about to do? I went downstairs. Ah, yes. I need the... interesting lore stuff to it that's sort of inconsequential. Yeah, because it's like years before the actual events of Voices of the Void, right? Dude, come on. Can't help myself. There are a bunch of files in Voice of Void that I'm so tempted to look into that I won't. Leave a folder called "Do not open this or I'll eat your organs." Dude, imagine just like a Trojan virus and it fries your entire computer. That would be kind of funny. I mean, it would suck, but it'd be kind of funny. I mean, Voices of Void is fine to do all that with, because it's not necessarily like screwing over a multiplayer experience. But my argument more so is for like the first time experience. If you're gonna data mine right off the rip and just spoil stuff, yeah, it kind of sucks. Now on the other hand, I've played this game 5 times now, 6. I'm at the point where I don't really mind wiki searching or seeing posts of like new content, because it's pretty clear I'm not gonna discover everything solo. And it's also pretty clear that some playthroughs, I pay way less attention to what's going on than others. I mean, this playthrough compared to all other playthroughs has been the least eventful, in my opinion, but probably the most successful. At least in terms of most goals. All overarching goals in this playthrough have been just accomplished. There's yeah, they were accomplished. Big GGs. The only thing is we didn't find the TARDIS yet. Which blows, because that was my overarching goal, really, but... You know, what do you do? Nah. We'll move that in a moment. What is this? Okay, black hole. So cool, dude. Scary, but cool. I feel like I didn't max out. No, they're all maxed out. Maybe it's just too fast. What's up, Ty? There's a bit of a mistake with my game. I unlocked the sandbox mode halfway through my first Voice of Void run. After a few more in-game days, I decided to go in and mess around with some stuff, namely the wall builder, and to see if I was wrong about a mechanic of the game. That kind of ruined part of the game for me. I started looking into every file that was available to me. The great thing with this game, though, is there's always still more to see. True. That is true. Sometimes I do wish there was more space-oriented stuff. That's odd to say when, you know, it's literally aliens invading and whatnot, but... aside from the signals, I feel like there isn't that much, comparatively. I guess we have the telescope, but... Whoa. Only the other week I finally found out. Yeah, that's a pretty good one. Some things I discovered completely by accident, and it's always comedic. What is this? Satiran! Cool. Boring. Yeah, I agree. Jeez. Imagine just liking a planet because it's got a little ring around it. Jeez. Neptune has like 5 of those. And it's all ice. Show it could. Have I even found? Oh, I never really knew what the objective of this one was, Because is there a way out? Or am I just aimlessly... Oh, goodbye. Oh, never mind. Like, is there an exit? Yeah. Ah. Ah. I think it's right there. The greed. Okay. Honestly deserved. What's up, Cheese Chrome? The only redeemable quality of Jupiter is that it essentially has prevented planet Earth from getting blown up. That's about it. How's it looking over here? I think we do have Jupiter. I really wish there was like a search function. 1,000? No. That's like the only one. Now here's a real planet. Oh my goodness. Here's Jupiter, I think. Yeah. Looking for streams to watch and chill at? Welcome in, welcome in. Essentially, if you were looking for a Voices of the Void exclusive channel at this point, that listens to a lot of strange music, this is it, this is the place. What's up, Dee Dee? I feel like I'm off my rocker today, not gonna lie. I can't lock it in, man. Sweet. No, I like Jupiter. Memes aside, Jupiter is really cool. I do like Neptune the most. But... okay. Sick typo, did. Okay, I don't know if the day progresses anymore. I love the void. I love space. I'm getting spammed by Uniqlo right now. I'm getting Uniqlo notifications for days. All right. I think we're stacked on MREs, dude. I don't have space for them anymore. I gotta get the big, the box. Paper scrap. Yeah, we need more of these cardboard boxes. Dwarf planet. Pluto moment, am I right? Sweet. You couldn't just give me the .1? You just really couldn't, huh? You just really couldn't. What do we got here? Alright, get that asteroid going, and then what's this planet? Eh. Well, bang, okay? So are all the dudes gone? The little, like... Is everything just Jover? I don't really know what I want to... Where would I put these now? Did you see them leave? No, but, you know, they kind of lost that war pretty hard. Wasn't even close. I guess I gotta go look around. Little dudes gotta restock their little dudes for a while, so chill time. Yeah, them little dudes. Them little dudes. I mean, we're past the end of the story, so... Dude, it's so weird. It's nothing to do because everything's maxed out. I want the TARDIS signal, man. Ooh, that's not... Wow, that's horrible. Just get out of my face. What a terrible triangle. How awful. Oh. Cheesy garlic bread. I'm jealous. I want cheesy garlic bread. Huh. Oh, Neon Genesis. Well, this is pointless though because we have the... This would be an interesting place to put the crypto mining rigs. Because then I could make the upstairs room the Kirpus room, like I said I would. Nothing is off limits when you learn to cook. Let him cook. Are they new? I don't know. I've never cleaned that place to such an extent, so... Is that a Uranus? Is that your anus? Uranus? According to r/space, it's everyone's favorite planet. I'm convinced it's just a meme. This might be the first instance that we finally get this one. Have we gotten all the planets? I don't think we got Venus. We certainly have. Well, all these images are gone now, so I won't even be able to pinpoint and figure it out. What I should have done in the past is just... Well, no, we would have lost the images anyway. But, I was gonna say, just get the tier 1, let it save. Get the tier 3, save it, and then delete the tier 1. Unless, you know, unless it wipes, like, the audio data from level, or increasing the level processing. Connecticut? I'm surprised this dude's still spawning. You know what event we didn't get this time around? The eggs. Oh. We can get the eggs this time, man. Damn. 300 points. Why does that look like the perfect time to look at the... I'm sure that's just... Saturn! What was this? Just a big star? 2-star. You want a what? Saturn? Of all the planets. What's this? Is this meant to be the moon? Oh, yeah. Dude, whatever. Be hungry somewhere else. Not much of the eggs, because that was the last event, last playthrough. I didn't want to say if you didn't remember. I remember the eggs, but I feel... I mean, there's no way, right? I mean, there's like no way, right? Yeah, as I said, there's no way. Classic. Damn those temporary events. Can you actually find anything in that telescope? I mean, it was, but an actual event happened, so maybe it was close by? Usually, that thing doesn't prompt an event. So, Carlos, What do you mean spooky? It's not spooky at all. We're just researching space. Do not fear space. Actually, maybe do fear space. Maybe do. On second thought, that makes a lot of sense. What's up, Logan? What is this? Mercury again? Got it. I know there's like a specific event where if you look into the telescope, you'll see. But you have to be quick about it or something. Try that 333. I know about that one as well. I think I know all of the 333 events. That's a wiki moment. Nothing else around? There's Saturn. Was that something there, or is it just... No. There are a bunch and even more out of this patch. Yeah, I already saw them all. Yeah, I saw on the wiki. Where's that? Stars. I think so. There's some new ones that I have never seen before. And if for whatever reason it isn't, then the Reddit is pretty good at posting all those 333 events. I think the only thing that the wiki doesn't have up to date is the Kerpus stuff, because they don't have Asmodea and they don't have Mynet. Man, it's all just stars. Is that Saturn again? Alright, I don't know. What are we looking at? Looking good, looking good. This is done. Oops. Stop that. Gas giant. Boring. Next. This is like way too low, I think. I don't know, just try it. Maybe it'll work. Cool. I wonder where that event was. What do I even do with this safe? I kind of wish I can clean it, man. Granted, not very useful storage, I don't think. In the comparative sense. To all other storages that we have, is this just empty space? Boo! Put a big blue box in there, come on. Repo Knight? Hell no. You out of your mind? Dude, Community Wednesdays are locked to Lethal Company forever. It's gonna become my new sellout thing. And be like, yeah, you guys want Community Wednesday? Yeah, I'll be 50 gifted subs. Achieve the goal. So you can't use bits to sell out anymore? That's if it's off Twitch. You can absolutely sell out on Twitch. Oh god. We should probably get Minette. Just the super speed. Cheesy garlic bread with beef hot dogs. Not a big hot dog person, but I'm all about the cheesy garlic bread. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Nah, I'm just... Nothing is pulling me to Repo. Honestly, nothing is really pulling me to most games right now. In all honesty. Might play Gamble together. Yeah, Tanja's totally fine. Anything that's on the Twitch platform, you can still do. The basis was people were using bits as like a way to sell out for like... If you hit the goal, there'll be a movie night in the Discord. For example. And obviously Discord is not Twitch. So the rule is like, you can't do that. But that was always a rule. They just had to specify with bits. You also can't do channel point stuff necessarily. I mean, like a Discord role is fine, right? That's not. But like, channel point redeem. I don't have a good example, but I'm sure you can imagine. Mainly reading? Oof. Oof. Oh yeah, I like reading, but on stream is a problem. Now I could probably play it off stream. Dude, this radio tower? I don't want to sleep. Reading is not a big deal. I just don't like doing it on stream. If I read it in my head, probably a good time. Although, I don't know if I've ever heard of Koru Observer. What's that like? Small asteroid. Whoa. That flower badge start already? Yeah, it did. It was last week. Aliens memories, since it's dead, a lot of funky stuff happens. Oh, that's pretty cool. I have this big problem with streaming and reading, but it's only on stream, and I don't know why. Just can't do it. And if I do, it's a little silly. Is that vent, like, broken? You see this? No, it's not. Oh, it's browser only. Interesting. If you miss a day, it resets. Dude, enjoy your stir fry. So we're not getting Milking Farm read on stream? No, we're not getting Milking Farm read on stream, alright? The hentai virus? I mean, you guys might. I'm staying nice and locked in this room. Unharmed from humanity. I'm straight vibing it. Same streamer you started it with. Very strange. Very peculiar. I mean, it's cool though. I do like... Well, sort of. It's very reminiscent of like MMOs. All of a sudden we have weekly tasks now. Our dailies, to not miss a stream, have now also become weeklies. And you get a plant. And if you miss one stream out of those like 3 days that you need within a week's time, it's over, man. Your plant will die. How does, let me see. So you said... Yeah, whatever. Koru Observer. Logging active. Okay, I'm gonna keep this in mind. That does sound pretty interesting. It will kill your bitrate. Classic. Leaf Lele Euland. It's only like a temporary thing though, right? I don't even have that as an option. Unless like Soda doesn't have... Well, he's not live now. Classic. Let me see, if I open this channel, does that exist? No, I don't have this plant thing, so I don't know. Not a thing I can do. I think we've seen this planet before. Oh, brown dwarf. Only a select group of viewers have been enrolled in this test. Boo! Downvote. Dream Barbecue is another free game, but it's on Steam instead. Now, that one I think I've heard of. Her stream schedule on Twitch is impossible. Dude, just enable notifications and... Or just, you know, keep your PC laptop on and anytime they go live. Boom. Easy clap. I'm at work when she goes live. Leave the computer on, man. Farm it. Oh, the windows finally got dirty again. Yeah, I'm going through a little bit of a video game, like, burnout or something, and, like, nothing seems that appealing. I mean, besides Voices of the Void. Honestly, even Lethal Company. It's fun for what it is, but... I need a detox. My dopamine levels are probably fried. Or my dopamine receptors, rather. What? Shooting or repeating tropes? True. I mean, I don't play shooters. I'm simply too old for those. Good job. Alright, let's do this. Wait, does it even have enough? Oh my god, it has exactly enough. Oh wait, no. It's one a pop. We're good though. Yeah, no shooters for me, that's for sure. Where are my drive boxes? Let's do that. Good. No, I don't want no shooters. I don't want no shooters. I'll check them out. For sure. I'm also just into games like, you know, Baldur's Gate, Divinity, Civ, you know, if Civ was a good game. I might get into Stellaris. Problem with Stellaris is, you know, it's one of those common... Oh yeah, if you want to play this game and enjoy it, you need like the 300 DLCs, which all cost up to $600. No, Johan. Irish said it up above. Weekly rewards is active on all channels with channel points enabled. However, only a select group of viewers have been enrolled in this test. Eligibility is determined by Twitch and cannot be requested. So we just didn't get chosen. We love gatekeeping. Wow, it's so cool, dude. Oh yeah, I've played Guild Wars. I used to be a big MMO gamer. I used to play, you know, Guild Wars, Final Fantasy 14, World of Warcraft. RuneScape is the big one is RuneScape for me. Played a lot of RuneScape in my time. Really? What's up, Luminous Kitsune? Hydrate? I will. /me drinks coffee. He doesn't believe in water, only coffee. Yeah, that's pretty true. Good old MMO days. I am thinking about getting back into RuneScape lately. I have debated it with leagues and stuff. Oh my god, yeah, the horsey game. I thought about playing that on stream just for the meme. Maybe we will. You should have made your Twitch account in 2010. No, that's not how it works, because my Twitch account is from like a billion years ago. From the Justin TV days. And I don't have it. Okay? They don't even care about the OGs. They want the OGs to leave because we're ruining the website. I got you this time. Where? Where? Oh, it's this one. Damn it! We've seen that one like 12 times now. Object? Oh no. What have I done? Look at all the tier 1s we have. Oh jeez. What is this? Whoa. What? Hello, spelling? Dude, that's sick. I actually think I'm gonna... Whoa. Save this. That one's cool. Space Bird. That was awesome. It's actually pretty cool. Now I need more drives. I've really gone and done it. This Discord call at 4 a.m. Yeah. Yeah. The good old days. As they were. No, can you play, like, literally anything? Sure. Some Boards of Canada. Some BOC. Mercury. Again. Epic. Hold up. Hold on. Be right there. Oh, hold on. Wait. Send it. Yeah, do your thing. Cat. Oh, ads. Okay. I'll let him play because I gotta go reheat my coffee. I need some more coffee. Here, I'll even boot this up. And then I'll be right back. Alright. We let him play. Be right back. It, like, cut the audio out there. I saw it happen. I was like, oh, they can't even hear it. I was going, like, you know, I went to reheat the coffee. Music wasn't even playing, man. Why does it feel like it's gone so much worse to clean these windows? Oh, man. Power wash has changed. Yeah, that's pretty true. What's up, Reaper Man? The Adventure Time and Power Wash sim. There's like a new game that has... Oh, it's the gacha game. The new gacha game. It's like NTE or something. They have Power Wash sim in there. And I was like, what? Have we really gotten to this point? Looks like our dailies are done. Oh yeah, the fun stuff. Oh yeah. Making them reply, respond. Sounds like a great time. We're at 10,000 points. The guy played Power Wash Sim, was it like in VR? No. Oh, there it is again. Neon Genesis. All right. It's done. This thing sounds kind of close, but then it's not even... It's not even that close. It just sounds it every time. Oops. Planet. What planet we got here? Sounds kind of oceany. Is this Mercury again? We're just hard stuck Mercury. Nope, that is not Mercury. Some sort of red dwarf. Nice. I let those do their thing. Smeghead? What in the world are you saying? Oh boy, 6 a.m. What? I'm not putting mushrooms in my refrigerator. Okay, cool. Is there a calibrating? I think I calibrate too often, but look, it's back at 80%. We only just calibrated and it was at 100. This is done. Also, it just speeds up the process of getting like all the signals and, you know, like at the end of the day, it's worth it. What did you say, Smeghead? Is that an emo? What does that even mean? This is worse than VR tracking? What is? Oh wait, you know, I joked about going on a cruise, but now with this new virus scare, I'm pretty sure their prices are gonna drop, so now will be a good chance. Really? You wanna risk potentially getting the virus by going on a cruise? Cult British sci-fi comedy? Oh. The one safe on the boat while the world gets the virus. Pretty sure it is more likely that you'll get it than people who just stay at home. Now, I'm saying that as somebody who stayed at home and got COVID twice. Or 3 times or whatever. Got COVID 2.5 years after everyone else? That's crazy. That's impressive. Y'all didn't even treat it like an actual illness anymore. I mean, honestly, I don't know if I ever did. Just because I was just a VR chatter for, what was it, 3 years? It's more impressive that it took that long for you to get it. I got it like month 2 or something. When it was in the US. In 2020. What's up, Prince of Bad Ideas? You have any bad ideas today? While you, I already did my bad idea today. What was your bad idea? Right back. I gotta go check if the coffee is still good, or if it's gonna explode. Driving my car on 2 wheels. Whoa. Well, that sounds cool, though. Got pulled into washing a car, so gotta go. Hey, later, Cheese Chrome. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. Have a good one. Enjoy washing car. Yeah, we're just, we're kind of signal simulator today, to be honest. I'm gonna need to get the big cardboard box. It's gonna be for the kitchen storage, I guess. How much is this? This is 1.2, 1.2. I think it holds up to like 8K, right? Yeah. Okay. Should be decent. Do I really want to put it on the table? It's quite the big box. I want to see if I can put it... there. Dude, felt that. Okay. Let's do mushrooms first. No. I have so many of them. Is that it? Is that the end of the mushrooms? What's up, Bisha? Hey, the plant! Sweet. Heart. Huh. I have a feeling the organs should probably be isolated from all the food items, but maybe that's just me. Oh my god, we have so many cracker packs. Why? Oops, I knew that would happen. Okay. How's Leagues, Bisha? Is it fun? Seems like all my RuneScape homies are playing it. I'm kind of tempted, but only kind of. I'm over it? Okay. How long were you playing? 200 hours. Okay. Well. It's quite a few hours. $17,000 karambwans. And, why is that? Is that part of the Hardcore Iron Man, the guide? I think I recall having to, like, fish so many karambwans when I first followed a guide, and then I was just like, I'm just gonna do it my way. I was just doing it my way. It's not as efficient, but you know, you get tired of Winter Top for the 80,000th time. For the early guide too? Gotcha. I have been more tempted as of late, but I'm just like, how long will I play? Should be max in 3 to 4 months? Nice. That's pretty sick. That's pretty hype. Is all you have left is cooking? Well, no, because it wouldn't take you 3 or 4 months, right? What skills do you have left? My throat is like attacking. It's like, no, you're not gonna talk right now. You're gonna suffer. Oh, prayer. I don't like prayer, dude. Dude, it's just like... It's not even that bad. Just... Bah. I like Hunter. Hunter's fun. Smithing? Smithing's alright. Red Giant. Whoa. I've probably said it a billion times now, but I'm so like fried on video games. I'm thinking about re-hosting a Minecraft server. But I want to do one that's... Because the last one that we hosted wasn't exactly... It was just Vanilla Plus. So now I'm like, what if I did a big modded server? I would probably want like Applied Energistics or whatever the equivalent is for like newer Minecraft. It's like all the computer stuff. And I thought about space travel, but I think like Galacticraft is a major work in progress right now for the newest one. Just not sure how good it would be. But, you know, we get the computer one for, like, infinite storage. And I always love having Applied Energistics in the server. I think Space Traveler or something would be really sick. I just don't... There's Ad Astra for space travel? Ad Astra. Minecraft. What's up, Impervious Spray? Oh, damn. The Moon, Mars, Venus, Mercury, and Glacio. I want one to be like... It takes a while to get to a planet, you know? That'd be cool. Damn, this does look good. I'm gonna save this page. 4 Rocketeers for interplanetary travel, and a rover for traversing the rough, alien terrain ahead. 250 building blocks. Cool. Yeah, my only, like, knowledge with Minecraft and space travel is Galacticraft from, like, 2000... What, like, 9? Or whatever? I know Galacticraft is... A 5th one is in the works. I know that, but... Just a remaster Galacticraft? Oh, is Ad Astra just 5, or are those 2 different projects? Cool either way. Yeah, we had a server with Fusion. I'm pretty sure we had like space travel, but it bugged out. It's made by someone else. Damn, so there's 2 like big space projects in the works. Yeah, Galacticraft's like the OG. I mean, there might have been a more OG, but couldn't tell you. Couldn't remember. Feathers. Well, that's cool. Yeah, I know Galacticraft 5 is a major work in progress, but... You know, it's gonna take a long time. It's been a work in progress for like 5 years now, I feel like. Whoa. What in the world is going on here? I almost feel bad taking all of this. Yoink. That would be pretty cool. Just doing a full-on, like, tech-heavy mod pack. Because usually we lock into, like, fantasy, which I love fantasy, I do. But, you know, after a while, it's like, oh, we did this, like, a million times. Whoa, what is this? Exoplanet. And, you know, typically I really just lock into... Yeah, whatever. I just lock into, Vanilla++. I try not to stray too far away, because it gets overwhelming. But, as long as the theme is, like, relatively decent, right? Like, if it's space or, like, tech-focused, a mod pack. Rather than, like, you know, Direwolf used to be a really good go-to, but the problem with Direwolf was magic, but then also computer tech, but then also more magic, but then also, like, other stuff that made basically magic completely useless, because you can just have tech that makes you unstoppable, or vice versa. I'm like, can we just focus on one thing and, like, all of them work with, like, the same power output and stuff? That'd be cool. I'm the one doing all the tech while they do the magic and exploration. Typically, I do the magic and exploration because I like magic and exploration. That's why I want to do something different. What is that? Hello? Did I leave the door open? Is that what happened? What? I think I'm tripping balls. Wouldn't be the first, won't be the last. Alright. Alright, let's see. Or we'll see in a little bit. Yeah, but the problem is I'm gonna play through where I can't open the vents. Because the vent event never happened because I started playing on the version where it was busted. So I can't open them. I've tried everything. This is so sad. What? Any TARDIS yet? No. No, the coolest thing we've gotten so far was the black hole. I'm pretty much convinced we'll never get it. Like, we'll get to the point where 1.0 comes out. It'll be my, like, 80th playthrough of the full game. And we'll finally lock into just one playthrough that's global. And even then, you know, it's just... Yo! Impervious Sprite with the fresh primer. Thank you. Thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome in to my rabbit hole of Voices of the Void. I've been trying so hard to just get this TARDIS signal For the record, I've played this game 5 times now in full. 6, because this is the 6th playthrough, right? There is no TARDIS, bro? Dude, that's possible. I mean, unironically, they could have just removed it for copyright reasons. You know, they removed Toblerone and stuff. Oh, man. Is my root beer okay? I don't know, is it? Or you've basically been that meme of the diamonds on the last playthrough, and now you've reset that tunnel. Well, if we don't get it this playthrough, then the next possibility is 1.0. Unless there is such a massive update, you know? Haven't even finished 1 playthrough? Yeah. That's pretty fair. I feel like that's the common thing. I've just been playing this game for a very long time. Oh, it's this one. The wisp will be around somewhere. The big flying bright orbs. Wait, what do you mean same? You never finished? Oh my god, Joe, I thought you finished this, story at least once. Do I eat my double chocolate chip or white chocolate cookie first? Ooh. I think I would go with no, save the best for last. So eat your white chocolate cookie first. I think that's the play. Every update, I just start a new save. Me as well. But when there is an update, I typically try to, lock in day 1. When it's, a decent... When it's a stable update. You know? So that I don't hate it. This is a good example of you should wait. Because 0.9 has been... pretty rough. This has been rough. I don't know if we can see the wisp. I tried taking pictures, but it kind of just... Man, talk about Silent Hill. Oh, the event's already ending. Well, that means he probably despawned. I hate the coordinates towers. Yeah, I'm glad they fixed them, because good lord. That almost made me rage quit the playthrough. But now we're great. 1 breaks every couple days. Which, for us, is really good, because I'm playing on 50% day-night cycle. So. I like being a hermit in the base. What was that? I like being a hermit in the base and not going out. I used to be that way. What I do now is the first half of the game, I mostly spend prepping the cache, the points, to get Omega Kerphis, and collecting all the stuff. Hello? Anyways, whenever I get my first Omega Curvis is when I really become a hermit. Oh, it's you again. I'm gonna put this guy in, like, prison. Two rocks together on a workbench. Rubble plus. Can you don't? I need a stick. Bro, why is Mankin so angry? I don't know. What he's doing? Man, I'm so glad this cardboard box is strong enough to hold back radioactivity. The uber radiation. Yeah, oh, I know. Oh, I know, Joe. Dude. That's like every day a new post about how you can make so much easy money in Voices of the Void. It's just like every day they post, dude, yeah, why are you doing all this when you can just, like, literally, dude, make rubble. Guess who announced a tour yesterday and who didn't announce any dates in Europe, really? But, you know, Porter and Madion, they kind of like, don't they split it a little bit? First they do like an NA tour and then they do a Europe tour. Porter is cool. What's his, let me see. I mean, this has to be an NA tour. Like Portland, Seattle, Vancouver, Spokane, Boise, San Francisco, Sacramento, Reno, Denver. I bet you he's just not gonna announce a Europe tour at all. You put it together, make them into rubble, and then sell the 2 rubble you get out of the 2 rocks you get money. There's gotta be a meta, man. There always will be. There always will be. Object. Nap time. Come on, surely Marion will finally have a Europe tour. Surely. How do you feel about using the MREs in the log? Do you feel like that's cheating? Like to sell and get extra money quick? Not really. Not really. I didn't end up selling them. They're just in my kitchen. But sell or to keep as emergency food? I mean, it's in the game. So not really. I think it's enough of a hassle to have to, like, get out of that log to be okay to just use for whatever purposes. What's up, Shirquan? Wow, it's loud. I still feel a little cheaty. No. If it's in the game and it's not necessarily an exploit, I don't think it's cheaty. I think using the mailbox to dupe stuff is. Now, sometimes it's a necessity, but what I did throughout this entire playthrough is, I think, cheaty. I think that's it's pretty cheaty. Nothing was really stopping me from just going through all the effort and building a new GPU from scratch, or a new mining rig. Nothing was stopping me from... Dude, what is going on? Is there an obvious way to find this door? Alright. No more naps. Haven't gotten a nightmare in like 20 days? That is kind of crazy. What was that? I think a good way to just, if you want to get the nightmares, is eating before sleeping. Pretty sure it procs it, like there's a higher chance. You just zigzag? I see. No, I think that's like... I think you're almost guaranteed a nightmare if you eat right before sleep. Yeah. I mean, sometimes I haven't gotten one, but... if you eat a lot before... it goes pretty well. Bollocks. Tools. I usually do eat. I do usually eat before sleeping. Huh. Wow, CR1 taking some excessive damage. Crazy. I like that it says to cook the cheese and the tomato. Also, where did I get the ketchup from? Have you used the raw patty yet? Like to eat? Or like to turn it into something? No, I haven't. I don't really want to eat it. Oh, what? Oh, wait, yes, I have. I have, yes. I have made a hot dog in-game before. It was completely by accident, I was pissed off. But yes. Wow, Mercury again. Today's Mercury Day, I guess. Actually, that doesn't really look like Mercury, does it? No, it does. I mean, what else would it be if it says planet? Sweet. This right here, this is cheats. 18 GPU boards. Enough money for like 5K points. Duck. This is cheating. Emergency or not. I used to be under the belief in all games that you shouldn't save scum. That you just accept whatever happens in your playthroughs. And even if it's like not skill issue, but like game update issue, you just commit. To be fair, we have now played this game 6 times. So, I've made an exception. But if it's a soft lock that has a way around it, what's the way? What do you mean a way around it? Like in the sense of using some sort of exploit? Yeah, I mean, if you literally can't continue the game, then it's fine, yeah. For example, when I did honor mode in Baldur's Gate for my first run, it scuffed up, and I was basically like 2 turns away from like my entire team getting wiped just because of a mechanic issue. So that's an instance of like, I can understand if someone cheated their way through it. What if you can't continue to a specific part of the game that's important to you? I would say in an instance where the game is... you can't achieve something in a playthrough and it wasn't necessarily your fault, right? Like an actual game mechanic issue that broke it, that's fine. Now, it kind of depends. For example, if there are ways to, like, prevent it from happening, such as backup saves, for example. Backup saves are a good example for me of, like, there's no need to cheat if you're pretty good with your backup saves. If you're not, then yeah, that sucks. That does suck. Obviously, you win some, you lose some. Now, Voices of Void is a good example of, like, scuff could really ruin your progress, or, like, stuff you want to see. And I totally understand using cheats of some sort to, like, you know, fix the situation. Now, stuff that I don't approve of that I have done in this playthrough, my mining rig blew up. And instead of... Now, originally I was going to just rebuild it on stream and deal with the consequences. But then I found out that the frame is broken in my test copy duplicate variant of the same save. The frame was broken, and if you put new GPUs and what is it, fans, coolers, into that broken frame, they all blow up again, all over again. So I just said, to hell with it. To hell with it. Not even gonna deal with it. But normally I'd be like, no, that's cheating. That's pretty much cheating. But I didn't feel like redoing it all on stream. And, you know, there was a fine line, to be fair. We were going through a horrible scuff. My tolerance was already, like, really low because we were dealing with the coordinate towers dying, like, once a day. And then I lost my GPU. Or mining rig, whatever. And at that point, dude, I was like, alright. Either I'm done with this playthrough, or I'm just gonna have to do some exploitation to make it tolerable again. So that was a a good example of like, that's okay. Because I don't know if I would have continued the playthrough otherwise. When the game is very obviously against you to such a point, I think it's fine. The cave being broken and me having to duplicate a bunch of radioactive crystals. Yes, that's fine. I mean, I literally wouldn't have been able to do what I wanted, right? With the curses. So that is fair. Ads. Gonna pause, let them ads play. What else? The money thing is okay in emergencies, but it's still, like, kind of cheat. Like, it is a cheat to a degree. Kind of depends how you use it. Because I don't have much intention in using that money at the moment. It kind of depends. The money's kind of just emergency funding, and it has come in handy. My philosophy is always cheats are needed in games because games are always broken. Just don't cheat too much. Nah, I mean, fair. That is fair. It depends. It depends on the game and how broken it is. Like, if it actively ruins my experience and I don't have a good time, then yeah, I'm obviously going to use cheats to make it a little bit more, like, enjoyable. Again, the GPU being fried, or the frame, in the same instance where it was difficult to get new fuses. Yeah, also that, there are loans. Like, if there's a mechanic in the game that essentially lets you fix the problem, and you use some sort of, like, easier method, yeah, it's probably cheating. In the sense of, like, the frame blew up. You can just spend the next days rebuilding your points to get a new frame instead of duplicating leftover GPUs, right? I could have just dealt with the whole situation with the fuses and just kept getting new ones. Actually, I never did duplicate the fuses at the end of the day. We just kind of dealt with it. So that's a good example of me, like, just dealing with the mechanics that are scuffed. I don't think the MRAs are a cheat because they're in the game by default. You know what I mean? Like, anything that's handed to you in the game that isn't inherently an exploit, like duplication or... Is the rubble thing, like, cheating? No, because it's in the game. It's weird, it's dumb, but it's there, and you can do it. So, I don't consider it cheating. Will I do it? No. No, not really. I just think it's dumb. The log of MREs that you can get a bunch of points for? No, not really. Yeah. Also, like, the plants used to be, like, big money meta. You would make, like, so much cash or so many points off of it. There's, like, a fine line. For sure. And it certainly depends on, like, the player or the players. Because, you know, sometimes people will think something's way more cheaty than, like, something else. And sometimes I think it's morally okay. Like, the Division 2 had this Sakura event going down where you can get, like, some really cool gear. And some people didn't do the event properly. They just did an exploit to, like, force spawn a bunch of these enemy dudes that drop, like, the keys. I think it's cringe and cheaty, but, you know, whatever. I get it after doing the event myself, that it's super tedious to get it down to, like, a T. If the game is broken to a point where you can't do something that you really want to do, I think it's fine to cheat. At that point, it's acceptable, right? That's my take on it, but my thing is, if it's not multiplayer, I really don't care what someone does with their playthrough. If they want to essentially ruin a playthrough, in my terms of ruin, but that's not, who cares? You know how many people were pissed off at me for my Tears of the Kingdom playthrough because I made a Master Sword that wouldn't break? I basically made a Master Sword in Tears of the Kingdom using a glitch to make it infinite durability, and there were so many people that were like, "You suck. You've ruined the game." And I'm like, whatever. I don't think the Master Sword should have durability in any game. I don't think the Hylian shield should have durability. These are things that I'm like, this doesn't make sense. My playthrough, so it really shouldn't bother anyone else. What is this? This coal? I thought this was just dirt, but it was like in the weird lighting. Okay. Alright. I guess I'll never know. What's up, Rose? Another thing, if a game has a super tedious feature mission that you need to constantly grind 1,000 times over before you get something, is it cheating if you exploit it after you find out about the exploit after dozens of attempts? This is a good instance of it depends on from person to person. Because, well, it depends on the game. But being that I like games that have grind to them, like Warframe is a good example of a game that is extremely low tolerance for a lot of people because of how grindy it can get. I wouldn't use cheats. If I found out there was an exploit to like speed up the process to get like a prime, I'm not sure I would go out of my way to do them. It kind of depends. Depends how much, like, cause sometimes, dude, you want to get like a prime a prime Warframe, and it might take you months. And at that point, I don't know. I really don't. Secret lab cleaner. Gotcha. I'll check it out. Oh, show. If you drop an item and press Alt F4, it duplicates it? No. You know, there was a game that actually functioned that way for a long time. I don't remember what it was, but I do remember a game that was like... I don't know if it was an MMO or not. I know Tears of the Kingdom kind of operated that way. If you like... It doesn't have an Alt F4 mechanic because it's, you know... Nintendo Switch, but if you close the game and then rebooted it with like a specific item, like mid-air, it'll duplicate it. I definitely think, yeah, obviously, down to the player, but... You know, even my arguments sometimes for myself in these regards. Oops. God damn it. They're not 100%. Because sometimes I'm just like, dude, I don't really care. The thing is, my logic becomes flawed when you do like multiple playthroughs. And you know, we were just talking about, or I just mentioned The Division. There was an exploit where you can get a bunch of these Sakura keys to like speedrun an event. While I didn't do it, I totally understand why people did, and I don't even think it's that much of a cheat necessarily, just because of how tedious the event gets. You basically need 80 keys. Well, you need a total of like 150 keys. And it is like a 20% chance maybe that one of the units from a rare spawn would drop the keys in question. So, yeah. That's totally... I get it. Huh. Skate's daily missions, you can grind them out day after day, getting a minuscule amount of currency that sometimes is useful. And out of the 25 missions a day, 5 of them you can exploit. Do you exploit them? GTA Online, Clockenbell Farm Raid has an exploit that skipped 20 minutes in the game, but you still needed to know a long process of stuff to exploit it. But the rest of the heist still needed to be done normally. Would you exploit that? No, I wouldn't. Not GTA because I enjoy it too much to bother with exploits. I actually just enjoy doing the mechanics in those games. Skate. If I still enjoyed Skate, yeah, I really do enjoy the tedious stuff. Again, that's down to how much I enjoy the game, because wait, we got more. Skate, if I still enjoyed it, I probably wouldn't do the exploit. I would not. I want to chop these down and essentially just make it a little easier to see between the leaves, because right now I don't see all the oranges. I mean, those three are probably fine. There's just some things in GTA that's tedious with no reward. No, you're totally right. There are things that a normal GTA player, the average GTA player would probably not do, but also the average GTA player would jump on an exploit like the moment they know it's a thing, right? So it kind of depends. Just because I wouldn't do it on GTA, I don't really know if I would... See, this is another instance of, like, this is multiplayer. But is it bad? When, like, some of your alternatives are paying in real-life currency, right? Do I care if someone uses an exploit that makes, like, 2 million in, like, 10 minutes versus my 1 million in like 2 hours? No. I don't think I do. Do I care if someone does that exploit, gets an Osprey Mark II, and just griefs other players? Yeah. You're cringe. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really mind the tedious mechanics of GTA. Skate was... I don't enjoy Skate. So, yeah, I probably would have done the exploits. That game, like, got on my nerves very quickly. But if I enjoyed it, I probably wouldn't have done it. I just like driving around, mostly. Never did a heist ever. Yeah, that's the thing, right? I mean, I like all things in GTA, most things in GTA. I don't really do PvP. If you told me there was an exploit that gave me, like, a lot... No, I wouldn't even do that. No, I wouldn't do that either. I was gonna say, if there was like a PvP mode that you can exploit by having one more player that's like your friend, and you did something that just like quadrupled the money output versus having to do it against like other players that were substantially better at you at the game, or they were cheating. No, I still wouldn't do it. GTA is a bad example. I wouldn't do it. Skate? Maybe, just because I don't care for the game. If it's a game I enjoy, it's unlikely that I'll cheat. If I do, there's gotta be a good reason for it. It's gotta be like a game-ruining experience. But that being said, if it's a single-player game, I really don't care if someone cheats. I don't really care. That's not... Kind of depends on the multiplayer game. Like, I'm really not gonna care if someone does that in GTA. But the reason for it is just... If your only alternative is... super hard grinding for, like, points... or more money... to a point where it might become, like, super unfun... Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Obviously, there were days where people would do exploits to get big money, and then they got their housing and whatnot in GTA. I don't care if people do that. Run. Hey, look, I'm doing it right. And I'm not turning around. Doing it right. Everybody will be dancing and be feeling alright. VR says Fish World. Two things that pissed everyone off about that game's grind. Having to take boats to visit an island for a second and finding the scrap metal. There was some fallout with the game where the devs got pissed that people were using avatar flight to get around the map quickly. Most people did it essentially like fast travel to get between islands, where the alternative was to take a super slow boat at early levels. Well, here's the problem with this particular situation. I don't like fast travel in video games. So this is another... It comes down to the player. There are games where fast travel will save you like 20 minutes of travel time, and I will still not do it. I don't know if I've ever used fast travel in Skyrim, for example. Now, I can understand where people might want to do that, because not everyone wants to spend 15 minutes traveling from point A to point B. There are not many games where I fast travel. Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild. We didn't fast travel at all in that entire game. And then I found out that we can just have like the horses. They can just auto path to your like point of interest, kind of like Red Dead. So yeah. Some things are better slow. I can agree with that. Other thing was grinding out to get a fast boat. The fastest boat takes multiple days worth of fishing constantly to afford. And that is the only boat worth getting, as everything else is just barely faster than each other. I would spend the days to effectively get the boat. I wouldn't exploit, no. American Truck Sim fast traveling is a must, or your job is taking an hour to get to a job. I would not fast travel. I know people who play it. I would not fast travel. I would just pick off where I left off and pick up where I left off. And with the fastest boat, it would mean ditching your friends on the social platform to go do a thing that takes a few seconds and back to them. I don't know. I really don't fast travel in games. I wouldn't do it. But I really don't care if people did use stuff like that. I really don't know if I would care. If you use a flying avatar... Now, like, if you use a flying avatar in, like, a fun game, like a one-time thing, or like an avatar with a flashlight that just lights up the entire room, but it's supposed to be a horror map, yeah, that sucks. Don't do that. If you're not giving a flashlight on a level, there's a reason for it, you shouldn't be using a flashlight. It's just that simple. Now, In this fishing world instance, just because I wouldn't fast travel doesn't mean I would, like, put someone down for using, like, a flying avatar or fast travel. Because I understand some people don't feel like waiting 20 minutes to get from Island A to Island B. And that's totally fine. But again, that's an instance of, like, this is pretty much a single-player game, but you can play with your friends. Like, I'm not sure there's... I mean, unless there's, like, a global leaderboard, then I guess it's kind of stupid, but... I mean, yeah, if it's unintentional, then it's fine. I don't fast travel. I know about American Truck Sim and Euro Truck Sim. A lot of people use the fast travel to, like, get to a good starting point for their job. I don't think I would. I would probably just drive back. Not every upgrade should be instantly attainable. Yeah, I agree. But you know what, Bisha? You know, we're from, like, RuneScape gaming. And our whole thing is we take forever to level. That's just how we operate. And the reward of getting, like, a 99 is... You just, aside from, like, RuneScape 3, where they had the era of getting XP, like, lamps and whatnot, that, like, speed up the process because they quadruple your XP intake. It takes forever to get a 99. You know? It does. And I think we're so used to that, that we've got the patience for it. I'm not sure there are a lot of people who would willingly do that. Not every, I mean, every upgrade should take days of tedious work to achieve. I agree, but it also depends. Like... It depends how beneficial the upgrades are. Like, if it's just a slight speed upgrade for your boat, and it takes you days, yeah, okay. I can understand how that is annoying. It makes me think of Warframe a little bit, where, dude, sometimes, man, the grind is just, why? You know, you want to get, like, the newest frame, not even Prime, and it would take weeks to luck out and maybe get the part you need. And then you need the blueprint, and then you need another part. And sometimes that takes like months to get a full Warframe's worth of parts. Or blueprints. On the other hand, there was scrap metal per day. There was something like between 9 to 12 scrap metal to find per day scattered all over the world. You need to use scrap as one source to gamble with to be able to get some needed rewards that were otherwise complete, rare RNG to find while fishing. Not to mention that their use was still gambling to win what you might be aiming for. Yeah, it kind of makes me think of gachas, where essentially all of your currency and like your earnings and like rolls, unless you save for months for like the new banner, for example. Now, this is what like really threw me off of gacha games, is how time locked it gets. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'm down with like daily model things too much. Some MMOs do it well. Some don't. Gachas infuriate me with it. But the other thing is, like, if you're exploiting to a point where, you know, the 9 to 12 scrap metal per day becomes like 100, like, you know, there's a point where you're overdoing it, I think. I guess my comparison would be like, you're following the RuneScape Hardcore Iron Man guide, and you're at the point where you need to get like 17,000 Karambwans, and you find an exploit that just lets you get, I don't know, 2,000 every like 10 minutes. Because you didn't want to go through the tedious process of fishing it. But, you know, that's also about it. Like, RuneScape is made for this, so like... Honestly, if you cheat in RuneScape like that, I don't know. Maybe you shouldn't be playing it. Maybe that's just my... Now, what was that? Oh, I know what that was. It was just a flyby UFO. It was breaking the sound barrier, not crashing. That's what it was. I remember. They reset him from 99 to 70? Damn. Dude, a part of me feels like they should just invalidate RuneScape 3 leveling.
Blah.
For the past, like...
I'm on fire versus Years of War. Holy shit. They're having a mid-off.
Thank you, Porter Robinson. Yo, what's up? Ordinary Rock with a 63-month resub. Thank you, man. Welcome back. What's up, Ordinary Rock? What's good, homie? I think they should invalidate, like, the past... like 10 years of RuneScape because everyone was just able to like cheat their way to 120s. The whole community is raging though because other content creators do the exploit and nothing happens. Oh, that is stupid. Equal punishment now. Just lurking around? Hell yeah, man. Thanks for lurking, homie. Hold on, I missed this. There were two issues with it that I saw. Collecting the scrap could take a while to find on foot. If you knew where they might spawn, there were two issues that devs had with the players over the use of flying avatars and avatars that would highlight the position of the scrap. If you flew around to each spawn, it might take a while, but it was just searching for scrap. The highlighter were straight up hacks. Other issue was that RNG of 9 to 12 scrap. There was never an indicator to how much there was per day. And you almost needed to get as many as possible, since that gambling could get you another item that you also needed to gamble with to get an enchantment or an item. Now, like, are these actually needed? Or is this like Rust logic where you gamble it to like speed up the process, but there are other ways to like obtain what you're looking for? Because if there is an alternative, then I don't know. Give you a chance to give you an gave you a chance to give you a chance to give you a chance of getting an enchantment you actually needed for an item. What made it so necessary? Do you get like new fish? Sorta. Well, here's the thing. Was it a game changer or was it a game changer? Like, does this enchantment unlock a new tree of fish that you can get? Or is it just an enchantment that made it faster to fish? Because if it's just speed... Oh, is this Sedna? What is this? Dwarf planet. This could be Sedna. It kind of looks like it, right? Although I don't know about the dot in the middle. My logic with stuff that is needed means like there is no other way to get something unless you get that enchantment, for example. Like, there's absolutely no other method to obtain it. In Minecraft, there are some enchantments you cannot get unless you fish. Now, I'm gonna apply the logic of what you're saying, and I'm gonna kind of like replay it to explain what I think you're saying. The enchantments that you can get can speed up the process to get these enchantments, right? So you can get looting, or was it looting? A base fishing rod can still get these specific enchantments, but you can get like Luck of the Sea, an enchantment on the fishing rod, and if you put that enchantment on the fishing rod, it'll increase the odds of getting these specific enchantments while fishing. But that doesn't necessarily mean you can't get them without the upgrade. It's upgrades to rods that all have massive limitations no matter how expensive. So you ended up with multiple rods that all needed certain other specific upgrades. Spirit of the Wild, the angler, and instead of fishing, I do the side quest and identify plants. I love fishing. Here's what I don't know anything about the fishing world beyond people telling me that I would love it. There should be fishing levels, and each fishing level gives you the option to unlock like a new tier of fishing rod or a fishing method. And the fishing method will make it easier to collect said fish. Also, with every fishing level or like milestone, they should have a way to either find or gain more of the scrap metal. Maybe by like upgrading your boat, right? And every better fishing rod or boat will essentially increase your your gains of whatever it is you need. So you're not hard locked to 9 to 12 scrap metal. Hold on. Moritz upgrades to rods that all have massive limitations no matter how expensive. I guess I'm not understanding. Like, yeah, that's what that's what I'm thinking too, Bisha. It should be like you can remove and like replace upgrades on a fishing rod. So the ones that you already put on, you can just remove and like replace. I don't know, maybe like a storage system where these existing enchantments can go. But it sounds to me like they're not needed. Right? You don't need the enchantments. They're just more efficient. Like, are there things you cannot acquire without enchantments? I'm trying to apply this logic to like RuneScape in a way because it's like my John fishing game to me because I spend so much time fishing in RuneScape. I've played so many fishing games. But like if RuneScape basically I'm trying to visualize it. It's just hard. I'm like making a spreadsheet in my head. If you can only have like the thing about RuneScape is there's not necessarily a better fishing rod because each one is, yeah, it's more like Minecraft. But Minecraft only has one fishing rod. It's just you can enchant it. So that's really my question is, do these fishing rods in the game, in the VR world, do they still have a chance to get all of the things? Or do you have to have enchantments to get certain things? Like, is it Minecraft logic where a base fishing rod can still get rare things, but it's harder to get than if you enchanted? Or is it straight up impossible? What's up, Juvie? Thank you for these discussions. My brain has been fried all day, and I literally couldn't like finish my train of thought all day, and it started irritating me. So I'm glad that we got these conversations going, so that like the gears started turning a little bit. Jeez, need some like oil in there, man. Gotta lube it up. What's going on? Finally able to catch more because of laptop? Nice. How's it running? This laptop needs... I need to like super clean it, but also the problem with it is... you know, Windows 11 is like big meta, right? So how it works, you get a rod that's got 5 stats. Some rods having a special effect. There's some ways to upgrade the rod other than enchantments, but it's kind of limited to the most expensive. There are fish that are only available to certain rods, but it's basically the more expensive accessories that are... what? There are fish that are only available to certain rods, but it's basically the more expensive accessories are be all and all. So to improve further, you need the enchantment. Well, then I think... My whole thing is, if you're not stopped, if you're not, like, prevented from collecting things beyond, like, just the fishing rod type, and this really applies to most games for me, like tools and improvements. If enchantments aren't actually that necessary beyond the fact that they speed up the process or make it easier, hot take, but I don't think that's terrible. Now, I haven't played this. I haven't played the fishing game, and I probably never will. I do think it's dumb that it's basically locked behind gacha. Gems are a good way to upgrade your rod without spending the money you need to grind for all the other items. Alright, let me ask this. If I didn't enchant at all, but I did get every single fishing rod, can I still essentially collect everything even if it takes forever? Let's just say I never enchant. Ever. Yes? Oh, okay. Well, then... well, my take might not be what you want to hear, but... I'm not sure I would care too much. When you say forever, I mean forever. So be it. The thing is... I'm in no rush. I don't need to collect every single fish today. I've been trying to collect every single fish in Final Fantasy XIV for 7 years. You know what I mean? And there's no value. I mean, there is value to the fish, but it's effectively... Wow, X-ray went down. Price of fish does not go up with level or rod unless you get an otherwise enchantment that increases the sell price of fish, meaning you end up needing to sell almost literally millions of fish to afford certain things in the game. I understand. I do understand where you're coming from, but that doesn't really bother me. Now, I can understand the tedious process and how annoying it can be. And I'm totally not against you, like, exploiting if it means, you know, you enjoy it more in that sense. But I personally, I don't think I would care. What is this supposed to be? Is it a known planet? It's a dwarf, but what is it? Oops. Are you back? I can't even tell anymore. I'll just leave it open for now. It's not Sedna, because Sedna's like red, right? I mean, for full disclaimer, I'm never in a rush with video games unless I'm not enjoying them. And I enjoy the grind of a video game unless it literally locks me down to, like, I cannot progress. Unless I lock in for months or years. Now, that only really applies to, like... Warframe is a good example again. Sometimes it'll take you, like, weeks to get the parts of a Warframe you might want to finally get that Warframe. And then you have to wait, like, a week for it to be built. Yeah. That sucks. How'd you get out? Wait, did they fix this? Maybe they fixed it. Well, only one real way to find out. Yeah, I guess, you know, catching up does kind of warrant sometimes. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, hard for me to say because I mean, my playstyle is very like take my time, do whatever, then let's speedrun it. Let's go. Hence why my Baldur's Gate playthroughs take like 2 months. At a time. Asteroid? Asteroid. Two months? That's fast. No. That's not fast. Rose and I haven't finished chapter 1 still, after 7 months or so. Okay. But you guys don't play weekly now, do you? I and I went from playing once a week to twice a week to basically the full week was Baldur's Gate. Also, we both already knew, like, the majority of the game, and what to do, and how to 100% it, in quotes. So, yeah, my first playthrough took way longer. You haven't played yet this year? Bro, I would've started from scratch at that point, not gonna lie. I would've just full reset at that point. Among Us. Will just take longer? Yeah, I guess so. No, that game is... It's long, especially if you try to get everything done, but... I wouldn't say it takes... For a first playthrough, yeah, it'll take a while, but for a second plus playthrough, I really don't think it takes longer than 2 months. At that point, it drags on a bit too long, at this point. How long do we need to get where we ended? If we went for, like, all of it, all the objectives, at least the main stuff, probably, like... We didn't have a lot left, to be honest. The thing is that, like, Act 3 is full of stuff. I don't know, I'd say maybe, like, a month. Depends how often we played. That's not the whole reason I stopped with that game, nor the tedious grind. It was mostly the devs were shitty about the whole thing, like making the decision to block flight is fine. Sucks is fine, but the devs went off on a Muskian style bitching through angry tears behind a troll face mask, and then kept insulting people in their Discord. Man, this is such an unfair attack, but that just screams VR chat. These days, that just screams VR chat. I'm sure you don't like to hear it, but... Finally got a nightmare, let's go! Or, let's not... Is that a good thing? I guess it is. Whoa, what is this? Is this just a big... Yeah. Giant sun. Yep. Innovative VR chat creator. Most VR chat asset and game world creators are more decent about this shit than them. Yeah, no, I can agree on that. Even when like some of these creators were screwed over by like major updates to world creation, they went out of their way to figure out, you know, workarounds, or they just like redid things. Lakuza is a fantastic example of like, you know, this is biased because favorite world maker, but I just think Lakuza always found ways to work around all of the problems up until the biggest problem happened, and then he just gave up. But now he's working on his own video game, so. I can't really be surprised about situations like that. Just not with... Dude. No! I can never sleep to 100 anymore. Oh god. The fuses are getting fried. Finally uninstalled VR chat last week. That's impressive that it took that long, honestly. Did you still play? Or was it just kind of there? Well, guys, I'm actually announcing the return of my VR chat stream starting next week. No, just there? Yeah. That's fair. I mean, I did boot it up that one time. To join Leaf when we were gonna play Phasmo. I was there for about 25 minutes. Right ahead of the Ico VR chat community meetup. Yeah. I think I learned a lesson or two about community meetups in virtual reality chat. Wow, what happened? Were you there? That they're awesome? No, that they're not good for streamers, I don't think. I mean, not while they're streaming. I think if you do a community meetup but not stream it, it's probably great. If the camera's on, you'll get, you know, you'll get those people. It happened like every time there was a community meetup. My god, it's so... You know, it's funny, like, we have all these glow sticks, but it's still, like, barely emitting enough light to reach this section. Love to see it, though. Oh yeah, they're awesome. Just not for like a streamer. I don't think I would ever. I mean, obviously VR chat, but we do our community meetups on Wednesdays. I mean, it is a little bit exclusive to people I can trust. It's more for like regulars and people that are vouched for. But, you know. This place looks so nice now. Thank you, man. Yeah, I put a lot of effort into it. And the lights are always off. It's probably what makes it more cozy and why I'm not as energetic. If I had everything just like lit up and on, look at this. I don't even like that. Blue cozy lights and some neons. Now that's what I'm talking about. I feel like can be iffy in terms of it being for the community if it's off stream. I mean, you know, like movie nights and stuff are pretty cool. We do stream the community Wednesdays. There's some days where I stream those and I'm like already in a terrible mood and someone's really good at making it worse. And I'm like moments away from either crashing out or just like ending the community day that day. It's Juvie, isn't it? Yeah, actually he did it yesterday. And I don't think I'll ever forgive him, to be honest. I think it's over. It's pretty over. EOS meetups are where I made friends with all my VR chat friends, but that is thanks to it being open to everyone, even though there's definitely moments of people who don't get it. I'm just I think EO's a lot more tolerant of those kinds of people. I cringe too easily, and maybe I'm not as blunt, but maybe I think I've gotten more blunt like over the years for sure. But I'm just not sure how much I would tolerate anymore. There are days where I feel like I'm gonna kick someone from Community Wednesdays. I'm like, man. Uh-oh. Man! Good thing I left it on my own. I mean, to be fair, yesterday I was in a pretty annoyed mood. It had nothing to do with the Community Wednesday. And honestly, even the scuff wasn't all that bad, so... Alright. Just lay these out. My only thing is when, you know, when I host stuff like Community Wednesdays, I expect at least a level of, like, at least respect of the rules. But then, you know, the people who go out of their way to, like, add more mods or something, when there's a pretty clear list of mods, and they just add more, and then, like, people complain that scuff is happening or something. That's where I'm, like, very close to just shutting it down. And I'm like, someone else is gonna host this, I'm over it. And it happens so often that I'm like, man, it's really not that hard to just stick to the mods we have, man. It's even more annoying when someone does it and then that person complains that something's going wrong and they blame other mods. Bro. What's the point? Yeah, I agree. Anyways, that's only a low-key event because it's not a frequent thing, but... The only reason it becomes that way is because, dude, like, we're in a lobby, there's like 15 of us, we're all talking in an enclosed space, some people are trying to, like, talk to me. Another person's like, hey man, it's scuffed. What do we do? And I'm like, I'm overstimulated, man. I'm overstimulated. It's too much going on. One of my favorite newer things from VR chat, update-wise, is the muffling thing when you're in a world. If I still played, I think that'd be a godsend. I think that's an awesome update. The earmuff mode is like 10 out of 10. Fantastic. One meter radius, everything else 0%. Exactly. What does that feel like when the Voices of Void devs were like, this is an unstable build. Please do not report issues if you are using mods. They would get 1,000 tickets saying there are issues, but it was because they were running the unstable builds with mods. No, exactly, dude. I have a list of mods, and then there was one day, dude. Oh my god, it was like last year, midway through last year or something, and we were doing Lethal Company, and a new update came out, so we were locked to like very specific mods. And I remember 2 people added 5 of their own mods, and I said, if scuff happens, it's on you. And scuff happened, and they started complaining in DMs while I'm trying to just chill and have a good time. Bro. I think that was one of the last sessions we did for a while, and then I made it was a hiatus. I was so over it, dude. I put a fly in my soup. Fix, please. Exactly. What's up, Damon? What's up, Damon? Dumb, I feel sorry that I don't get to use the earmuffs because it's such a good feature about VR chat. Just being how I hang out with my close friends, never gigantic groups of people. I have never once needed the earmuffs. Usually when I hopped on, it was like big meetups or big hangouts. Barring some situations, but I just think earmuffs were a fantastic addition no matter what. And I used to never get so overstimulated, but... Dude, if I got earmuffs mode in, like, Lethal Company and Repo, that would be so great. Oh my god, I would love it. I mean, you guys remember, there were some sessions where I just completely muted the game. And people would be, like, running around at me. They're like, hey! Meanwhile, I just blasted, like, Pink Floyd. I was always kind of a purist when it came to Lethal and such. The more mods just made more complications. Yeah, I mean, I tried to, like, balance it out. That's the problem. When you add, like, a mod that adds more enemies, you kind of need to add a mod that balances out with, like, I don't know, late game upgrades, right? So that the suffering is a little bit more tolerable with more HP or more speed. Or if you add something that's, like, going to wipe the entire team, shotgun shells are purchasable. Observer was good, but Observer caused a lot of lag, so I think we're gonna remove him. I liked Observer, but a lot of people were saying it was causing frame problems, so I liked it. No, I mean, it was worth a try. It wasn't like game breaking, it just caused some frame drops occasionally. The frame drops were pretty major, but I liked it. I liked the Observer. That was pretty good. The thing is, I get the purist mindset of the games, but Lethal Company, exclusively vanilla, will get so boring. Like, Phasmo? Dude. If that game had, like, proper modding, I think it would be so much better. Like, I'm already so over it. To the point where we only really play Phasmo when, like, updates come through. But dude, people don't get it. People don't get it. And maybe if I start just being a dickhead and I start calling them out for, like, adding extra mods that I said you shouldn't be adding extra mods, or, like, starting to kick people from lobbies, I mean, then I'm just gonna be a dickhead and people won't want to play. Well, that was pretty sick. Sometimes I hear the ambiance and I think it's an event happening, but it's not. Is there like a storage for the zip drives? Because you don't go in here, right? Womp womp. I think the zip drives should have their own storage. I have more of those than I have the floppies at this point. lot of games other people were playing, and once IRL. Oh god. Too much Voices of the Void, man. Is something out there? Yeah, it's called, Nibiru. It's, Planet X, and it's actually gonna collide with the Earth in the next, like, 11,000 years. Dude, full circle in conversations! That's like the first thing we talked about today. Huh? I love that meme though. That meme of like me when I'm 5-year-old me when I hear that the sun is gonna explode in 3 quadrillion years. It's just like a dog shaking and it looks really sad. They're so funny. It's funny because it's so real. Like, that's definitely something that I panicked about when I was young. I was like, what? When I was like really, really into space as a kid. What do you mean this solar system won't exist? What do you mean the sun is just gonna die? No. What about us? Classic. You guys think Erie's out there somewhere? I genuinely think she got despawned. And I'm kind of tempted to try to resummon a third one now that we're on a different version, but what if she also despawns and I once again waste all of that? If I need to find roots, I think I'd freak out. I mean, surely, right? What? They actually gave him the XP back? Oh, no. I mean, is that a good thing? Maybe it is. Last year when Kyrgyzstan, whatever the name of the, made a video on the timeline of the universe, they started to really see the scale of the time. And even then, that video looked at the timeline almost exponentially, making gaps in the time feel like they were nearly equal until the end, where it talks about what happens at the end of the universe. Yeah. I like that channel. It's a good thing because there's currently no line on what's bug abuse and what isn't. Some is encouraged and some is punished. What he was doing wasn't crazy XP either. Well then, good for him. I'll say one thing that kind of like counteracts what I said earlier. but I think it's very fair. It's fair game. And there are very few devs that do this, but the ones that do, huge respect. If there are bugs, and this is actually Destiny Bungie, alright, are a good example of this. When there are bugs in a game, and people take advantage of those bugs, instead of, like, punishing, the devs who are like, that's our bad, this is our fault, so you guys aren't gonna get punished for it. Huge props to those devs that do that. Where it's like, oh yeah, you guys helped us essentially find these bugs. It sucks that you guys, you know, take advantage of them, but, you know, that's our bad, so... Oops. Bungie used to do that. As a matter of fact, there was a time, a really funny event happened, where essentially you can, like, uber break some of the crafted weapons in Destiny 2. And that week, or was it weekend? That time frame, anyone who played during that instance, they got like a little nameplate tag thing. And it was like a glitched looking plate. It was so cool. I think developers who do that, I give them props because most of them would just ban people for exploiting glitches that... I don't know, they didn't see them. I had the same thing. I had respect for Discord when they had an official bug testing like place before people knew about it. And people who actually found bugs that could be replicated and therefore fixed, they got the little bug tester badge. I think big props. I think it's cool when developers are just like, yeah, you found that, that's super fair. We're not punishing you for it. There's a bug with handheld Supernova for the past like 3 months. Only got fixed recently. You can say go nuts and get your solo flawless if you need it. There you go. You didn't play my game my way. Same guy who used the new tech to get a level 3 fire cape and other cool stuff. New tech in my sandbox game? No. So it does kind of like defeat what I said earlier with my opinion on like exploitation, but in an instance where the devs are cool with it, I'm cool with it. Unless it's PvP. Then it's cringe. Yeah, exactly. That's on me. I've tried to figure out like methods to prevent people from like getting a second one, but if you get it, that's my bad. You got yourself a double. Now, Snowblade had 600 and something. That bug, I don't know how that happened, but I finally fixed it. Indirectly, by moving everything back over to the PC. It still took him 3 months? Well, there you go. If it's instant, yeah. You know, at that point. Also, the same logic with, like, Destiny. These solo flawlesses, dude. Even with, like, the most uber crazy equipment, it's not like it's that easy. There's still, like, mechanics you gotta do. My opinion, at least. So during the big gun phase where people were getting their solo flawlesses, I didn't think it was that big of a deal because, yeah, you can skip like the major fights and stuff, but if you didn't know the mechanics, you were still dying and then you'd go again. the hell? Dude, sometimes these slams are so loud. Alright, gamers. This is probably a good point to conclude for today. We will be back with voices tomorrow, because I don't think we're doing any of the other games like Left 4 Dead and whatnot this week. So maybe next week, who knows? You would have to know near frame perfect tactics that took a while to get to be able to save 20 minutes. I mean, other people doing it in GTA, I don't entirely care unless it's like someone who's going to then, I don't know, like screw over other players. GTA is a game where you either hard grind for your money, you buy it, or you use exploits. I wouldn't do it just because I enjoy all of the. I like everything in GTA aside from like PvP, and even that I used to do, and like racing, but I don't do curb boosting. So as a result, I don't really do the races. No, I know you mean exploits, but there's some people who will exploit and get like gear or like whatever vehicles that will just, then they'll go to Publix. They'll get the Osprey, for example, and they're just gonna fly around and screw over other players, right? That's what I mean. Not really hacks. Hackers now in GTA are they're actually pretty cool because they have to put more effort into making it work. Generally, I'm only against it if it screws over the experience for others. I don't care what other people do if, you know, that's what they find fun. You know, I'm not the judge, the fun police. You do what you want. I don't really care. But yeah, I just don't like I don't fast travel in games because I like to bask in the environment. I don't even use an ATV in Voices of the Void because not even it used to be loud and that was my excuse, but I also just prefer to see things and I find more things to explore by walking than I do on the ATV. Because with the ATV, I take very specific routes. And I don't really look around as often. So I walk around instead. Yeah, I don't fast travel much in games. I don't know. Sometimes it gets boring. I have never fast traveled in Skyrim ever. How do you feel about that, Juby? What do you think about that? Final Fantasy XIV and World of Warcraft are like two games where I typically teleport, but that's because you kind of have to. Kudos. Thank you. TYVM. Kudos, man. Thanks, guys. Kudos to you, too. Or you need a travel pack to fast travel and it gets used up. I mean, that's also good, yeah. But I just didn't fast travel. I just didn't. Obviously, some games you have to. Just like earlier mentioned with American Truck Sim, that's probably true. You might have to. I wouldn't because I know you don't necessarily have to, but my thing is I only do exploits where it's absolutely necessary most of the time. Destiny. I mean, Destiny, you have to fly. You can't, there's no fast, I mean, there is fast traveling, but I mean, you can't fly from the moon back to Earth your own way. If you could, I would. I absolutely would, and all of my friends would be pissed off because they'd be waiting for me at the raid, and I'd be flying over. But if the mission ends there, and I have to make my own way, I use a sort of exploit to go back to the city. Absolutely not. I will drive back. I love driving in GTA way too much, so I would never drive. I would never like exploit to get back. How do you even exploit that? There's a lot of ways that you can, like... Basically, there's a way to just switch sessions in GTA, and your, like, spawn point, you set it somewhere to, like, spawn back in that area, right? For example, if you want to spawn in the city, I don't know, spawn in your nightclub. Boom. You're there. You're back in the city. Wouldn't it be faster to fly over? No, I don't think so. It's probably easier to switch sessions. Spawn at, like, your nightclub in the middle of the city. Loading times in GTA Online is awful. Oh, no, not anymore. Gee, they fixed that, like, 2 years ago. 3 years ago. They literally paid someone who, like, made a mod for it. What are you, a Rockstar dev? My way doesn't even need me to load that much. I know a couple of them, but that's the one that I know the best. But yeah, no, loading times in GTA Online aren't awful anymore. No. That got fixed a long time ago. That got fixed before even the new the enhanced edition, I'm pretty sure. And then it got even better with the enhanced. All right, gamers. I'm GG'd. I'll be back tomorrow. Thanks for chilling. Big GG's for me. I'm gonna go piss. I'm gonna go get my dinner, and this is my final week of this semester, and then I have a week off. So that's cool. I'm trying to find a specific song, but I can't find it. Maybe if I Control F, I would have found it by now, but whatever. Let this play. This is fun. All right, who's streaming? Any targets? We got Boshi. All right, I already said it, so now we're gonna raid Boshi. Cool. Thanks for chilling today, guys. Thanks for chilling. I know, like, lately, all the sessions, all the streams have just been, like, low energy vibes, but I'm gonna be honest, I've just been low energy. I don't know why. I just have been. Also, Voices of the Void is just chill. Chill game. Go say what's good to Boshi. Say yo if you got the yo. That's all I got. Thanks for chilling today. I'll see you tomorrow. Big GG's. Here, let me set up the thing. Maybe we'll see the cool starting the new ending soon screen. I have to like reboot it all. If there's a pause functionality, I just need to find it so it doesn't fry my settings. This good? All right, cool. I'm out. Peace.